Thank you very.
Yes.
Okay.
And so was mine.
Okay. Thank you so much. This is the Town of Rocky Mountain House regular council meeting for June 4th of 2024. And just before I call the meeting to order, I just want to recognize that this year it is the Rocky Pro Rodeo's 50th anniversary. And if you see everybody around town dressed up Western, it's to celebrate and support this amazing community event. And so I encourage everybody to visit all the local businesses and see and participate in the rodeo and parade on Saturday. So now I'd like to call the meeting to order. And the first order of business is the acknowledgement of Indigenous peoples. The Town of Rocky Mountain House wishes to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is Treaty 6 territory and a traditional meeting ground and home for many Indigenous peoples, including the Blackfoot, Cree, Saulteaux, Stoney, and Métis. The next order of business is the adoption of agenda, and I believe Councillor Hutchinson has an agenda item to add to 7.1.
Thank you. I would like to add the Cape Economic Development event that was on May 23rd to old business.
Thank you very much. Is there any other items that needed to be added or changes to the agenda as we see before us? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion. Councillor Chappelle.
Your Worship, if I will so move the agenda with the amendment to accept it.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And any opposed? And that's none, and that's carried then. So I'm very pleased today to see Janice Fraser and Candace Stradecki from the Tamarack Transit System with their project update. And so thank you very much, ladies, for coming so early to present to council.
Thank you for having us. So I think when we were invited to come, we were under the impression that there were perhaps some questions. I believe this would have been shared with you previously, the summary report, the narrative report. And you'll see that we have also, we've handed out this morning the pie charts that really summarize the questions that were asked during the survey process. It really gives a quick snapshot of just where the community sits really in terms of what are the issues that they have right now or the most salient points with respect to transportation. So I think since this has happened, to just give a brief update, I know that, Your Worship, you were at a meeting at the hospital earlier this spring. We've had 2 more meetings since then talking about transportation issues, really looking at particular user groups and some of the difficulty that exists currently within the community. So really the Tamarack Transit project really, it gave us kind of like the lay of the land in totality. But since that's happened, we've seen that there are very specific user groups that are really, really struggling with transportation here in the community, specifically Rocky, but then the larger county as well. So
Sundre, as well as Sundre.
yeah, so, and then it does reach, because Caroline falls in that catchment area where they can either go to Sundre or come here, it also falls to Sundre. So I can just provide an update about that, because I think that certainly as we move forward in terms of community development, there's some particular user groups. So one example is that most recently we've had somebody at within our community that lives within a long-term seniors facility because of their medical needs, that being dialysis. And I don't know how familiar anybody is, but dialysis generally, a dialysis run is 3 days a week. And so patients will start at 7 in the morning, or they'll start at 1:15 in the afternoon, and then they are hooked up to a machine for 3 to 4 hours. And then of course they have to be taken off of the machines. The particular concern is that this person required to have their run at 7 in the morning, and there's no viable transportation. So the taxi companies, we don't have a taxi company that has the ability to get them there in a wheelchair. The particular building where they were residing also does not have that ability. And then, of course, we don't have, through Alberta Health Services, there's no transit programs, right? So that was one issue that came forward, and because it's regular and it runs every week, it's very difficult. It was very difficult for West Country Family Services to plan around that, because in our community, we've typically relied upon them to do that sort of transportation for medical needs. But when you're talking about a run starts at 7 in the morning, that means that the person needs to be picked up at about 6:15. And when our program is based on having volunteer drivers, there's not very many volunteers who are going to start their day at 6 or 6:15, especially because with respect to that agency, the majority of their drivers, well, they're volunteers themselves, right? And we know as well that
They're seniors. though.
that's right. When we did the surveys, we know that their volunteer drivers are by and large, they are all seniors as well. So we ran into some difficulty there. We've also run into some difficulty when we talk about patients or clients who are what we would consider below the poverty line, like far below the poverty line. They simply don't have access to transportation in a way that they need. So they can't afford the cost of cabs, for example, or cabs don't run to where they need to live. Like what came out of this survey, and we knew this from doing our Stone Soup for Housing community consultations, because of the cost of rent for a number of people, they have to live in those smaller communities because that's where they can afford to put a roof over their head, but then they can't get back and forth to our community, which is the hub for shopping or medical needs or those sorts of things. So our last meeting, which would have been just last week on Friday, we did talk about trying to generate some solutions. And so I know that we are continuing forward with that, but that's not necessarily a long-term solution. And I think, certainly when we look at this, we would hope that eventually that a transportation program or a transportation, like a subsidized program or something like that would actually fall under the auspices of our town.
So, thank you so much for updating on us. And so, I think some of the problems, like it was described, are quite, I'm sorry. I'll start again. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think some of the problems felt quite urgent when we had some of the meetings, and it seemed like, they were, important for our community members, even though it's not like the vast majority require this. But I'm really glad that you came and give us an update. What would be the next steps? Like, it's generally not a municipality's, umbrella of services to provide transportation. But is there some way, like, is there a government, like generally it's federal, provincial that provide transportation. Is there, some way that we can assist without funding a program municipally ourselves to get the ball rolling? Like,
Janice would
isn't
like to
that a
answer that.
great question?
Yeah, so as a project coordinator of this, I had the privilege of talking to many different people and reading literature of different programs and models that could work. And it's correct, Your Worship, that that it isn't the role of the municipality per se, but I do believe that a collaborative response from all levels of government to look at operational funding could benefit our community immensely. We do know that Rural Transit Solutions has an open availability for corporate funds up to $3 to $5 million if we were accepted with an application. So capital. So the capital money doesn't seem to be an issue on an ongoing basis across many social support programs. But it is the operational funding, and so a model that could include a certain percentage from town, county, province, and the federal government, I see is the only way forward. Also, there's also models where you see some of the municipalities in Alberta stepping up, like Bolt, for instance, with Blackfalds, but those are specific communities that are just outside of a big city, of a big center. Or Colt, Cochrane, they're bringing people into the public transit system in Calgary, and Bolt is just going to the edge of Red Deer, and so it's a very simplistic solution that they need because there's already a large infrastructure available to them. So they just need to get connected, and then they're off to the places they need to go. So our out of all that we looked at and all that we reviewed, there were some models out of Nova Scotia as a province that has had to work collaboratively and with a lot of community involvement. And there was one project in Cape Breton, also called Tamarack, where they used the cab companies. The cab companies kind of were feeling shafted by this project, and so they brought them all in 10 companies together to look at actually eradicating poverty. So this was for employment and transportation. And so those 10 companies put together trips on demand for the needs to get people to jobs in Cape Breton. And then the other one that was a little different than that is Rural Rides, which is a nonprofit, basically looking at what West Country has been doing on steroids. The issues that Candace has spoken to is that, like, if anyone has spoken with Marina from West Country, we know that their trips have actually doubled already in 2022 through COVID, that their volunteers are getting older, that many of their volunteers are snowbirds, so winter trips are getting extremely tight to cover. And the trips just keep increasing and increasing. And so they did actually work with us very closely. And so this model of Rural Rides, where you have an overarching umbrella of different nonprofits working together to provide transportation that is extremely responsive to their local community. They make the grant for the big bucks from the Nova Scotia province provincial funding. And then they divvy it out according to the number of kilometers and the number of trips that each each nonprofit provides. Those nonprofits have their own name. They have their own structures. They can choose what their trips are and what's most responsive in their community, what's most at need. And then also they can decide models, like we'll have a hybrid of paid drivers and volunteer drivers and whatnot. So, and one person from each one of those nonprofits makes up the overarching board of directors that are working. And they have also agreed to come alongside us. They've agreed to work with us and help us to move forward. So this model, also in speaking to the head of transportation in Airdrie, also a Nova Scotianer who has been in transportation a long time, Chris, has said that Rural Rides, or that kind of a model, a nonprofit model, could very well suit the needs of Clearwater County, Greater Clearwater County, including Rocky Mountain House. So that's it in a nutshell. But if you can see that transportation, I don't know where the graphs are from the cab companies, but when we did reach out, and I interviewed them extensively to hear the needs and learned much from them. They're already doing a lot to support our community, the few cab companies that we have. The survey did not respond as a threat or basically infringing if we were to provide public transportation. Majority of people who filled this survey would use cabs from 1 to 4 times a year. So we could use the cab companies as partners to look at a different model for them as well, to include them. And I don't think that we need to worry that we're impinging on their viability in the town. another caveat that we want to remind folks is that the numbers here in the surveys are from people who own vehicles, who were able to come, the majority, probably 80% of the surveys were filled out at our community engagement sessions in Nordegg, 2 in Rocky, in Caroline, and in Leslieville. So the 2 in Rocky as well. So those 6 community sessions, majority. So we didn't, unlike Stone Soup, but focusing on people who are in need, higher need. It's hard to get their feedback because
They couldn't get their
They can't
feedback.
get there. Yeah, we're very aware that there's already an inherent bias in the information.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for presenting the information. And so, like, next steps then, is it that you're waiting for someone to create a not-for-profit, or is that something we can do through the one that's already created and then start looking for funding that way to do with, like, your trips on demand?
I would think that next steps is really that at all 3 levels of government would make a commitment to a certain percentage of operational funds, because I'm not sure what Candace would say, but that's what I would say next steps are, is getting sort of at least an informal commitment to move forward.
For operational.
For
For
operational.
operational.
But I think what you're talking about in terms of administrative, I do think that those of us who came together at the last meeting, I think we've already talked about some potential solutions, right? So one of those would be, so as you know, we have the Rocky Seniors Council, right? And essentially Vanessa is paid, and I know I'm speaking about her without her being here, but her position is to administer our programs, right? Like Westview Lodge, Acton House, etc. And so we have that, then we have the Good Sam, and then we have Christensen Homes. And so one of the potential solutions was to talk about each of those particular agencies sharing a portion to have one paid position who then might be able to drive for each of those agencies, right?
Right.
Because one of the difficulties we have is that our program structures have been such that we're reliant upon volunteers, and that's not always prudent. It simply isn't. And we know that within our county and our community at large, that the demographic, the population is aging. And so again, that's not always prudent, just thinking that we can have that in place because that's what we've always had, right? So we've talked about that as a potential solution. We've talked about the idea that perhaps we might be able to have like vouchers or tabs similar to when you go to the city and you have a transit ticket, that people would be able to have tickets like that they could use either with a cab company or with a different kind of resource. Again, those might look like sort of short-term solutions. I would hope that that at some point, this falls under our Social Development and Planning Council, like really, because this is a need for the broader community. It's not just one particular user group, it's a need for the broader community. So I do think that there are other models within the province, certainly after we did our research, that we could look at. And then I think the third piece to answer your question is that we have certain nonprofits that are in place, but they also have to be able to have their own infrastructure within their agency to have a position or to oversee the holding of the money, essentially, and administering then that program. I wouldn't say that that necessarily falls under the mandate for the Clearwater Regional Housing Foundation. No. We took the information from the Stone Soup, applied for this, were successful in getting it, thankfully. We have this information now, and I think that when we look at our mandate as a society, it's really to raise awareness and put it out there. We're not necessarily in a place to administer that program. Maybe in the future, but certainly not right now. And so if we're going to talk about where are we right now, we need to look at, I think, a collaborative working program amongst all of those other agencies.
Thank you for answering question.
So a different way in Sundre was that the council in Sundre that municipality covers the insurance for the Sundre bus that also has enabled them to get other grants and to expand their services and provide even further trips to Caroline area through that. So there's different ways of operationally funding something, because if you have hired drivers, your insurance becomes a significant cost, as opposed to when they're volunteer drivers.
So before, we could lobby other levels of government to provide funding to serve the needs of, because really it's a seniors' healthcare, lower income issue.
And youth.
Right, and youth. So those are that's kind of an umbrella. If we started with one sort of like main focus, we'd still have to have an operating group that, like, if we wrote letters and they said, yes, we'll give you the money, we still kind of in the forefront need
Somebody
some
to be the
sort of a
face of it,
group.
yes.
before we can, like, even if we said, yes, we're gonna give you money, not that we're going to, but just if we said that, we still need a group somehow to,
I think we could see that as part of the design and towards the end, as we submitted this at the end of October last year, like a steering committee that could be made up of key people in the community from the different groups that have even been named today. And if we could get a committed collaborative steering committee, I think we could take steps genuinely forward, yeah.
okay. Does anybody have any questions for the ladies? Yeah, Councillor Phillips.
Thank you. More of an observation. I like seeing that the nonprofit groups are going to be collaboratively involved. Nonprofit groups are able to access grants that municipalities can't. So there's a lot of partnering going on with nonprofits and certain municipalities to achieve goals. So I do like seeing this part of it. And of course, as a municipality, there's lots of money, as you said, for capital, and it's always the operating part that becomes a sticking point. And of course, as a municipality, we get asked by many different groups for operating funds, and that's where the challenge lies, is to come up with a balance of being fiscally responsible with providing services. But I do like seeing the nonprofit collaboration. I think that's really good.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Phillips. Did I have anybody else, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Caprero?
Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning. I just have a question, and this might be premature, but I'm just wondering, is there an idea already as to what you're needing yearly for operational costs for this program?
We did, I mean, it could really be naive budget, but we did draft a sample startup budget. And I met with Rocky View Handy Bus Society that's out of Airdrie but serves all of Rocky View County, and looked at some of those real costs. So a sample operating budget is 500 and 600,000 rounded off. I think that was so that would be what we would be looking at, but that would be looking at providing 4 vehicles. So because we had a model based on hubs that were ultimately phase 1 would be hub Rocky and hub Caroline, looking at that each would have a van, but also Nordegg and Leslieville, Condor, and that area there as being the 4th hub, and that we would phase them in. So starting in Rocky and then phasing out with the different nonprofits. But that's a budget to run for 4 vehicles.
In the interim, I know at that very first meeting, there was lots of groups that said they have buses, it has to be specific. So when you talked about the example of the 4 or 5 seniors facilities that we have working together and having 1 or 2 paid staff that could, supply shifts to all 4 places. Is that something that we could lobby for as more of an immediate solution, short-term but immediate thing? Is that something that they would feel comfortable working towards? Because everybody has a bus, nobody has a driver.
Well,
Kind of
I
like-
think one of the issues, Your Worship, is that people might, or agencies might have a bus, but the question is it in good working condition, number one? And number two, does it have wheelchair viability?
Accessibility.
Right? So there's that. And then thirdly, I wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable speaking for any of those
Okay.
agencies. I do know, based on our conversation in the meetings, that I have faith that they would come together and work collaboratively in that way, because I think all of us recognize that there are certain user groups that are just not being served. And I think one of the important things that we all need to remember is that when we look at Canada's charter around rights of citizens, access to transportation is considered a charter right, and yet we have people in our community that do not have access. So it certainly begs the question, right? Like, when we have certain people within our community that have full access to all of their rights and freedoms, but then we have certain people within the population who don't, we need to work towards resolving that. And so I do think that those agencies would come together, but again, I can't speak for their own individual mandates or what their budgets would look like or anything like that. I do think, as Janice said, if we had the opportunity to have a steering committee and all of us were able to come together, that I think that we could come up with something that looked very viable.
And phasing in, right?
That's
Starting
right.
somewhere and get with a vision, a 10-year goal, a vision for building it out, and
Right.
also out towards the whole county, ultimately.
Because I do think that one of the things, it's not only about serving those who are underserved, but it's also, we think about, like, when we talk about youth, for example, one of the things that we think about with respect to transportation is around economic development.
Exactly.
And so when you have businesses who can't hire staff because their staff can't get to where they need to be, it's really a win-win for everyone. And so I know that at that initial transportation consultation, we did have people from some of the larger businesses within the county. And so this budget that we've talked about looks at purchasing those vehicles. Whereas if we had, again, that kind of community collaborative sort of touch to it, and people then donated a van, that might also be purposeful, right? And also what that does allow then is that we're not having to, when you look at fleet management, you're not having to then replace all your vehicles at the same time, which is also often cost prohibitive, right? And because we need to be sensitive that we need to be able to have at least one wheelchair space within the van, and that changes the configuration of seating. So just being aware of what that looks like, and then also being aware that when you're running to a hub, it doesn't mean just one trip a day. And so when we're looking at the structure of the program, how many trips are we able to do in a day reasonably, right? Especially if we're considering going out to Nordegg. And when we met with folks from that community, part of what they were talking about is getting from Nordegg to Red Deer, actually. So,
But also from Rocky to get staff.
yes,
They
to
need
work out
staff
in Nordegg.
In Nordegg, so from Rocky, but their center is Red Deer, so services, shopping,
Right.
goods and things that. The other thing is the versatility of the accessible vans that I just want to throw in there, Candace, if you don't mind. So there is a place in Winnipeg that for it's about 125,000. A new minivan can be reconfigured and made into a van where it is there's rollers. So a van can switch from being an 8-passenger van for able-bodied people to all of a sudden in and out, like that day, every day you could reconfigure in accordance with the trips up to 4 wheelchairs. So that versatility in our community would be key to be able to utilize these vans to their greatest potential on an ongoing round-the-clock basis. So if you're dealing with youth, you've got a van that can take 8 people. But like literally, it's a very easy maneuverability that is done in Winnipeg by a company. So it's also Canadian made, and they have these vehicles with the Rocky View Handy Bus Transportation Society. So yeah, they were cool. They're really
So,
Well,
I know,
Yeah.
we have 30 seconds. I just wanted to say, so really the Tamarack Transit System Project was, I feel, the beginning of a transit system within our community. I think that, as you know, this is very present within the Alberta government's planning. It's very much in the news. I think this is an opportunity for us as a community to move this forward. And I think your question about is there anything that we could do, I think it is somebody within council or town that is able to come and sit with us then and really look at that kind of steering committee and organizing something that would be responsive right now, but then also looking at where are we 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now.
Thank you so much. I
Okay.
see that Councillor Auld has a
Oh,
question or
sorry.
a comment, and I didn't want to lose the opportunity to let him speak.
I do have a quick question, or two. When you're referencing 3 levels of government, are you meaning the town, the county, and provincial, or Clearwater County, Rocky, provincial, and federal?
meaning all of the municipalities, even if the village, if we're not amalgamated.
Right.
So all of the municipalities, the province and the federal.
Okay, so on that question then, do you know if there's existing programs provincially and federally that would have funding to go to operational right now, or would they be starting from scratch?
No, I believe like Bolt and Colt, those services are receiving monies.
They are.
Yeah, from the province. Yeah.
Thank you.
And didn't Minister Nixon provide a rather large grant, which Sundry Bus got, and 4 other nonprofit transportation services within the province received significant money. I think it's $3 million over 3 years. That's just that one particular service.
And I do think that the Rome bus, which I don't know if any
Yes.
of you are familiar with, but running from Canmore to Banff and back, their funding comes under a different pocket of money because what we're talking about there is tourism. And so I think that, again, if we had the opportunity to have that steering committee, we would be able to look at what is most currently happening, working upon the information that we have from the research and community consultation we already did. And then I think we could look at different pockets of money.
And even Rome in our community engagement sessions in Nordegg was very popular, and the idea of bringing the Rome bus going up to Jasper from Calgary is in the works, and then to come in through Saskatchewan
River
crossing. Yeah, I'm not from this area, so basically to extend out. So there could be different for each hub. Like I say, it could be very much locally responsive, and that would be a win for Nordegg and for the economic development of Nordegg, and thereby the whole county, and all of us benefit from that diversity, and it's already in place, so that funding's there.
Thank you so much. Councillor Auld, did that satisfy all of your questions for? Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure. So in the essence of time, I don't see any further questions, and I did want to say thank you from all of council for presenting today. Really appreciate the information and the work that you've put in to solve some of these and come up with creative solutions and investigate. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes.
It's a privilege to be here. Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to move forward in the agenda to the adoption of previous minutes, 5.1. And did anybody have any questions or comments about the previous minutes from May 21st, 2024? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Deputy Mayor Caprero.
Thank you. I will make a motion to adopt the regular council meeting minutes of May 21st, 2024 as presented.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments on that motion? I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And any opposed? And so that's carried, and thank you very much. So delegation business, would anybody like to comment? Councillor Phillips?
Yes, thank you. I mean, obviously, this group is moving forward, moving ahead, and I think it's at that stage now where we may want to have council representation on that committee. It's, we're looking at models and dollars. So I think it's something that it warrants having someone from council on that committee so that we can bring that information back to council so that we're up to date and up to speed as to how they're going, how they're progressing, what their timelines are looking at, and what their system would look like. So that's something that I think that we should maybe reach out to them and have a counselor on that committee at this point.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Mr. Kraus. The creation of a task force, like right now we have a task force committee that looks at the AJTMA. Could we create a task force from council, similar to a policing committee or like that can work with, say, the county and the Tamarack Transit, rather than, I think they need something more solidified than just putting them on the board. Like, for sure, we could do that, but would it be prudent to do a task force?
Your Worship, yep, council can establish a task force for public transportation.
And then we could sort of head that discussion and have them be part of it or be part of that. How would that look in partnership?
Well, Your Worship, we would have to develop a terms of reference that council wants with membership on it and the purpose of and the goal of the task force.
Okay. Councillor Chappelle.
Yes, Your Worship, if I could, I think that they've already got the vehicle in place. I don't think we have to recreate it by a task force or whatever. I agree with Councillor Phillips. I think what we should be doing is maybe getting more involved in knowing what's going on. We've had questions around this table previously, and that's why they were here this morning. They did an awesome presentation, and I think we need to put somebody on there for something that's critical to not only our community, but the county as well. So, but from a community perspective, I think we should talk to them about how we get somebody on there. They mentioned it. Let's find out how we do it.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. It's not that I don't see that there's a need for this service. I just, again, question where our lane starts and stops. You go through our core services policy, and again, you see a number of municipalities that struggle with any kind of busing. I mean, Edmonton is going through that major with no funding for busing. And I think it would be more the direction to go to be lobbying higher levels of government to provide operational money for nonprofits, because I don't think anything I've researched, and I know with senior housing as well, it's capital funding and it's not operational fundings. And as much as this, I like this idea and their model or the proposed model they're looking at, I still have to be very cautious on how is it going to be operating and where do we as a municipality fit into that funding model.
So I think that's a great point. One of the things I think, though, is that the senior housing and Tamarack don't have I lost the word, but I think it's up to municipal government to lobby for the needs of our community. And if that means that we go to a meeting and help participate, and then we can lobby for all the groups in our community, I think that's what we do. We don't necessarily have to put our money into it, but if if we don't have the information and we can't lobby, like, it sounds like they don't have a way to lobby, I can't think of the right word, for the government, and so us being part of what they've already got going on would give them a lever or a path to lobby. So I think we should definitely keep in mind to do something, even though it's not under our umbrella. But all this other problems that we're having in our community could be solved if we could work with the groups and get help for our community. Councillor Phillips?
Thank you. So, yeah, I believe joining this group is better than forming your own task force. I think they're already well underway. They've got a lot of information. They've got a lot of momentum. I think this is the group we should be part of as opposed to having our own task force. To Councillor Hutchinson's comment, I think we need to be part of this group for the information. We need to know what they're doing. I'm not saying we have pockets full of money that we're going to go in there and solve everything with town money or county money. But if we do become a lobbying advocate for this group, we need to know what we're advocating for and what their needs are, what their end goals are, and I think that would help us in our advocating with provincial and federal governments to come up with funding. So I think that's the main reason we want to be on there, is if we are advocating, they will give us the information and then we can advocate in a better manner than just shooting at the hip saying we need funding for transit.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Kraus then a question. For us to delegate someone from council to be on the committee, do we have to wait till the organizational meeting, or can we make that motion now and then, or do we have to figure out all the budget implications and stuff first?
So I guess the question I'm struggling with is, I don't know which committee council is actually referring to, because the Tamarack Transit, that's theirs. They haven't invited us to be on there yet. They're talking about creation of a steering committee among many of the organizations. So I think it'd be more probably prudent for them to establish a steering committee and wait for an invite from them. Plus, council has also got to keep in mind the groups are meeting, and the town is part of those meetings. We have administration attending those meetings with Alberta Health Services, Tamarack, and all of that. So I think right now it's working without those groups and having them creating a steering committee and inviting us onto that.
Okay, excellent. So like I think all of us are looking for a starting point by asking questions. We're looking for how do we start helping? So Councillor Chappelle.
Your Worship, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, go ahead.
That's that we accept the presentation as information and that we wait for them to come back to us. Should they wish to have representation from council, that they would make a formal request to council for that to occur.
To attend.
To attend, yes.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments about the motion on the table? Councillor Phillips?
Yes, just one comment, I guess, is as opposed to waiting for them to come to us, we can express interest saying we have interest to help. How can we do that? As opposed to waiting for a letter or a motion from them to come to us. I just think it's prudent to say, hey, we're willing to help. How can we do that? Or how best does that look? As opposed to waiting for them, which it may take a year, or may take 6 months.
Okay, so before you respond, I think I'm going to go to Councillor Musker, and then we'll go back to the motion, just so we get all the discussion out of the way first. Councillor Musker?
I just want to say I like Councillor Chappelle's motion as presented.
Okay. So now that we've got that out of the way, Councillor Chappelle, do you want to do any, whoever you are over there, everybody's wearing orange today, so it's just joking. Do you want to make any amendments at this time, or are you fine with the motion as it stands?
I like the idea that we could include in the motion that they're aware that we're interested. So I think maybe just if there was a change in the motion, it would be just somewhat that, we understand the importance of it and are interested, and if they can get a hold of us once they
Okay, so I just want to clarify the motion on the table then. Ms. Breeze, the motion reads that we accept the presentation for information, that's part one. And then part two, the original was that we wait for them. But now part two would be that we reply with a letter
That we-
saying that we're interested and to let us know when the meeting is and we'd like to attend.
Correct. That we acknowledge the importance of the program and that should there be a need for us to be involved, we most certainly would look at it.
Okay, so that would be in a letter. You'd be happy with writing a letter as
Correct.
part two? So is that clear to everybody? Yeah, so she's writing it on the board now. Excellent. Just, that's not you? Okay. So, okay, so it's not on the board, but the motion at the table right now, and I'm just gonna look at Ms. Breeze to make sure I got it, and Mr. Chappell, or Counselor Chappell, that number one, we accept for information the presentation, and number two, that we respond with a letter saying that we're interested in working further, and let us know when the meeting is, and we would like to participate. Something like that? Or just have administration create the letter?
Just a suggestion, Your Worship.
Yes.
So be it resolved that council send a letter to the Tamarack Transit, thanking them for the presentation, and we will show an expression of interest in the steering committee when it's formed.
Counselor Chappell, you happy
Took
with
the
that?
words right out of my mouth.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you very much.
So is there any questions or comments about that final motion that now has been amended on the table? Seeing none, I'll call that motion to a vote. Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And any opposed? And that's none, and so that's carried. And so thank you very much for that motion. So moving forward in the agenda, we have old business. So 7.1, the Cape Economic Development Event from May 24th, 2024. Counselor Hutchinson.
Thank you. Just a correction, May 23rd,
Oh, sorry.
I believe? Yeah.
23rd.
Councillor Phillips and myself attended the Cape Economic Development event with Premier Daniel Smith and I think about 7 or 8 ministers. And we would be looking forward, or looking for a resolution to put forward that even though it's after the fact, that we attended, and we would like remuneration for the event.
So would you like to make that motion at this time?
Is that working now?
It's a predetermined motion, but it's not
Okay.
changeable, I think.
Be it resolved that council approve Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Phillips' attendance for remuneration at the Economic Development event in the Cape Region. Pardon me, try that again. Economic Development in the Cape Region event held in Red Deer, May 23rd, 2024.
Thank you very much for the motion. And so I just have a quick question. Did you include that report with Monday's reporting?
No, because it was,
Because it was-
I'd handed in my report prior to that, so.
Prior to that, okay. And so, because I would be interested in knowing what the, and that was my only question. So, is there any other questions or comments on that motion on the table? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And any opposed? And that's carried. So that concludes 7.1 and moves us into new business. So it's 8.1, the RFD for the library agreement. And I'm sorry, is it, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. So this library agreement was a collaboration between town administration, the county, and the library manager as well. So there's a few updates you'll find on the RFD, page 2 of 4. Most of them were just minor changes to accommodate budget items, some changes to the name, because the name was legally changed. And then we added some schedules, so basically both parties can see both. So there's a Schedule A and a Schedule B. And then the terms were changed both to match up from 2027 to 2028. So then both agreements will expire at the same time. And that was pretty much about it. It's just a renewal of the old agreement with some minor changes.
Thank you so much. Does anyone in council have any questions or comments about the library agreement? Seeing none, would anybody like to make a motion at this time? Councillor
Sorry,
Phillips?
I just had one question.
Okay, no, sorry, no problem.
Just regarding the reserve funds of 6 months of operating dollars for reserves. Is there anything in the agreement that says what happens if they're not at that amount? Just a question, that's all. I didn't see anything, so I was just wondering, it says they should, but what happens if it's not? Is there a
No,
mechanism?
in the agreement, there's not, and really, that's up to the library board to monitor that and maintain the reserves. So,
Does it need to have some sort of a result?
No, Your Worship, I mean, because really, the library board is it's a separate entity from the municipality, and we just fund it, so their level of reserves really is in the mandate and jurisdiction of their board. It's just written in the agreement that, this is the ideal type of situation.
Okay. Does that satisfy your questions? Does anybody else have any questions or comments about the agreement? Okay, so would anybody at this time like to make a motion? Councillor Chappelle.
If you would let me, Your Worship, let it be resolved, the council approves the signing of the Rocky Mountain House library agreement as presented.
Thank you very much. No questions or comments on that motion that's on the floor. Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And any opposed? And so that motion is carried. So 8.2, the service level discussion. Mr. Kraus?
Yeah, sure, I can take that. Thank you, Your Worship. So administration is requesting direction from council on the upcoming service level review, basically for dates and location, so administration can start planning and making arrangements if necessary.
Councillor Phillips?
I think the earlier the better, so I would say the 2nd, 3rd, 4th of October, and that just gives administration more time to take the information from service level and put it into the budget.
So I like those dates, but I'm unable to attend on Thursday the 3rd due to a pediatrician appointment that I've scheduled a couple months ago. It takes almost a year to get in, and I don't think I could move that. But I agree earlier is better. Would the 9th, 10th, and 11th still work for everybody? Now, there's probably no school on that Friday because of the long weekend, but I just want everybody just checking. Councillor Musker?
Yes, thank you. The only conflict I see is coffee with a counselor on the 10th.
I see Councillor Chappelle was that the same question? Councillor Phillips?
The only conflict I have is an FCSS board meeting on the 9th, but I'm sure that could be either moved or I could hand that over to someone else to chair that meeting.
Yeah. Like I could phone James's pediatrician and see if I could get it moved because it's far in advance. It's just that when I looked at it, I booked that probably 2 months ago. So, it's a little tricky. How does everybody feel? Should I try and move that meeting so then the 9th, 10th, and 11th works for everybody? Councillor Hutchinson, you have your light on?
Yes. Just a reminder that the AB Munis Conference is the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th. I know it's just in Red Deer, but
Of which month?
September.
Yeah.
Last week in September. And if we were to go that would be back-to-back weekends being away. If we booked the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, it might just be a little
Yeah,
bit
so we're looking
heavy.
at the 9th,
So-
10th, and 11th.
Yes. And, you know, I wanted to comment on how I felt last year compared to the year before. Much more productive being not in our own municipality. I mean, we worked all day and then we got home and you're still doing laundry and cooking supper and your head's all over the place. And it was really nice to be able to have the after-hour time with the entire group and being able to have that informal conversations and hang out with each other and actually get to know each other on that more personal level.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions or comments. Councillor Schipelt, I have a comment, or you want to make a motion?
I have 2 comments.
'Kay,
One with the dates. I have no problem with the 9th, 10th, and 11th. I think yes, it's back-to-back functions we'll have then.
No, we won't
for
then.
that.
Oh, we won't then?
We
Okay.
won't then. It'll be a week apart.
Okay. And in terms of Councillor Hutchinson, I'd just like to make a comment on locations. So 3 of the last 4 years have all been local, and I think the town has functioned very well, whether they're local or not local. It's personal preference by moving out. I think financially it makes more sense to stay local. And if it's worked for 3 of the last 4 years, there's no reason why it can't work for 4 of the next 5. I would advocate that we don't spend money by going out of town, that we pick a place like Prairie Creek Inn or something like that that's somewhat remote to our town and have the function here. Regardless of where you're at, you got a cell phone in your pocket and you're going to be doing business in most cases, whether you're here or another community anyway. So that's going to happen. Is there going to be some camaraderie happening? Maybe. But at the end of the day, all the discussion should be during a meeting anyway. So anyway, I would push towards the fact that we don't leave here. If it's worked for 3/4 or 75% of the last 4 years, no reason why it can't work. The town isn't no different today than it would have been 5 years ago. So I don't see the reasoning why you want to go out of town other than just for personal luxury.
So I agree with Councillor Chappelle, and I'll go to Councillor Hutchinson after I've said my comment. I think that it's more reasonable to do it in town. It's a cost savings. And if it is that we want to meet up with another community to have dinner and go for camaraderie, then just the 25th to the 27th, lots of other communities will take that opportunity to meet with other councils when we're already away in a hotel and doing events like that. Like I've had dinner with Sylvan Lake and Black Falls, at Alberta municipalities with Clearwater County, just out for lunch. And if that's the only difference, I would prefer as well to stay at home. And I think we're all mature adults, whether we're, after a meeting's over, our time is our own. We should be able to go home, and if we have laundry to do, then we do that. And if that interferes with you being able to attend the meeting, then you just have to schedule things as if you were going away. Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you to Councillor Chappelle. I do question whether the 3 in town were successful, or were they not successful. As a council that has not function on all 8 cylinders all the time, I question whether or not, if we would have had the opportunities to have that conversations and that camaraderie, that word, at these events and actually be on the same page, whether the town wouldn't be going in a different direction and moving forward in a more positive way.
Well, I think I can respond to that. I think it did cause some...
Asking for a response.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I would like to say that it did cause conflict going away with one of our council members and myself. It put us at a disadvantage because we have other responsibilities. And if we can't be doing it in a meeting, I still think being at home and not spending the money is a better way to go. I don't feel that it helped our camaraderie to sit out for supper and have drinks, and that's just my personal opinion. Councillor Phillips.
So I look at, a number of the past years, we have done it in town and we have done it out of town as well. I look at it, if better is possible, is good enough. Yes, we get things done in town, I get that, but is it better done when we are totally immersed and we're not coming back home and dealing with our businesses and kids and mowing the lawn and everything else that the daily routines we get into? Is it a better service level retreat out of town, or is it a better service level retreat in town? I would beg to differ that when we're totally immersed in it 24/7, that we get a better result. I can see the advantages of doing both, obviously, because it's more economical to do it in town, but I do believe we get a better bang for our buck when we do it when we're totally immersed 24/7. I believe we get a better service level retreat and better discussion.
Councillor Phillips, I just want to tease you about cutting your lawn in October.
Or shoveling snow.
Well, if you're not at home shoveling your snow, then the town will give you a ticket.
I appreciate the humor. I just, the day-to-day routines of running businesses, family life, everything else takes away from the service level. When we're totally immersed in it for 24/7, we see things that we don't see when we're thinking about going home and dealing with a business emergency or whatever happens to be. Fill in the blank, whatever that happens to be. It takes away from the service level. And I believe that when we're there for the 3 days, totally focused on it, we get a better result.
So that's fair. Councillor Phillips, how did you feel when you logged in when we were in Drumheller? Because you had surgery and weren't able to attend. Did you feel that was beneficial? Because that might have to be an option for someone else if they can't attend.
At the time, it was 9 days after hip replacement surgery, so I could not travel. So I had to do it virtually. For myself, I did not feel engaged. I didn't feel, there was not a lot of participation. Yes, that I participated, but it wasn't as good as being there in person, live, with the discussion. Virtual attendance, you maybe get 50% of the goodness out of it.
Yeah, so
that's just my opinion.
If somebody had something that they had to stay at home for
Yeah,
whatever reason,
obviously
and they had to zoom in, don't you think having it locally would be beneficial for that person?
Even if it was local, I would not have been able to attend anyway but virtual last year because I could not do it. I was just fresh out of surgery.
So when
attending
you say that
virtually would be better than not attending, for sure, but it's not as good as being attending in person.
So when you say attending in person, that was from previous council, not the ones that we've had for the last 3 in this council?
Yes, for both this council and previous council.
But you didn't attend away, you did it virtually last time?
Yes, this last time, the one in Drumheller, yes, I did that virtually.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
Thank you. And I don't necessarily think that we need to go, I'm going to say to Drumheller or Canmore, past places like that. If it was something that we wanted to promote local and it was a Prairie Creek Inn, but I would like to make sure that all of council and staff is completely engaged, and if we're going to Prairie Creek Inn, we're there for the entire 2.5 days or however many days we choose. And again, it doesn't have to be another municipality. Like the mayor said, we do have opportunities to engage with municipalities when we're at different conferences, but I really think that spending the extra time one-on-one as a group, different things with all of council and staff interacting after hours is a big part of moving forward with the municipality.
Thank you very much. So I think nobody else has any questions or comments on that. So I'm sorry, is there a motion on the table? So I'd like to make a motion at this time that the council hold the service level review meeting in Rocky Mountain House, and that we could perchance look at Pine Hills or Prairie Creek for the day. I'm not staying overnight in my own community in a hotel. That's just to make my resolution clear. So that gives us a couple of options, and that's my motion. Any questions or comments about the motion? Councillor Chappelle?
Should, if I could, Your Worship, should we choose Prairie Creek Inn, and there is the option for rooms there, and I think if there was people who wanted to spend that time, they could do that. If an individual wanted to come back to Rocky, that's a possibility. But I'm thinking for a couple of nights, that may be the way. And or just, rather than calling it quits at 4 o'clock, make it an evening and have supper and a get-together after the function. And maybe rooms aren't needed that way. I mean, alcohol should not be a part of those events anyway, so driving back to town shouldn't be an issue, so.
Yeah. I would be fine with saying that it's held in Rocky Mountain House and area, and then have administration determine what that best looks like for availability and the meeting space that's required for it. So I'm fine with that motion. So now I see Councillor Auld has his light on about the motion.
I was just gonna ask if we could split that motion into two, have the dates as one motion, and then the venue as another motion.
I think we've all are fine on the dates. Does anybody have any problem with the dates? Then it's all just one motion. It's just easier.
Just that it's gonna be, I think the second part of the motion, it's gonna muddle the waters, so I'm just, if we can keep the dates as one motion and the rest of it should flow.
No, I'd just like to let my motion stand. Councillor Phillips?
Splitting the motion, I do think might not be a bad idea. Then we at least get the dates set, and then we can deal with the venue after the fact. I'm not opposed to keeping it local. I see the benefit in being totally immersed in this process and not going home at night. But Prairie Creek Inn, I keep it local. That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay, so the motion is that be it resolved that council hold their service level review meeting in Rocky Mountain House area on October 9th, 10th, 11th, 2024. Seeing there's no further questions.
Your Worship, just procedural, so Councillor Auld has asked for the motion to be split, so he should put forward a motion to split it, then council would vote to split the motion, and then
Okay.
it'd be divided, just procedure.
Okay. Councillor Auld, would you like to play a motion forward to split the motion?
I would like to put a motion forward to split the motion as far as the dates, and then second motion as far as the location.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And-
Councillor Ald's motion, correct?
Yes.
Correct. And those opposed? And that motion is carried. So now we'll split that. So the first motion, I will amend that to say, be it resolved that council hold the service level review meeting on October 9th, 10th, and 11th of 2024. Any questions or comments on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So there was no problems with the date. So now I'll make a motion that we hold the service level review meeting in Rocky Mountain House and area. Any questions or comments about that motion? Councillor Hutchinson?
Thank you. I guess I would want some clarity on area. What does Rocky Mountain House and area mean? Are you looking local? What does that mean? Just some definition on that, please.
Certainly, Counselor Hutchinson. So go ahead, Counselor Chappelle.
Rather than area, can we use locale, possibly? I'm just not sure. I would say area, I mean, within reason of the town of Rocky Mountain also, then, I'm just not sure how you'd put that into the motion.
Okay, I'll clarify my motion. I'd like it held in Rocky Mountain House, Prairie Creek Inn, or Pine Hills Golf and Country Club. Period. So that gives administration some choices in town of Rocky Mountain House, at Prairie Creek, or Pine Hills, where it's been held before. And then we can assess which is the best for availability, et cetera. Is there any further questions on that motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. I still struggle with, I mean, so what does Prairie Creek look like? Are you looking, again, Councillor Chappelle's suggestion of if we're going to book and be out there all day and have dinner and then come back into town at night, that is no different than if we're in Pine Hills, and Pine Hills would be probably a cheaper option than Prairie Creek. So, again, within the town limits, or because I'm not opposed to Prairie Creek Inn and supporting them, but I still think that would be an opportunity for all of us to stay and have that team building, whatever it might be. Maybe it's walks and hikes and things like that to develop more of a bond between each other. So I'm not really liking the motion because they're two different venues.
That's fair. So if there's no other questions or comments, there's a motion on the table, and I'll call that to vote. All in favor of the motion? And those opposed? So you have to be one or the other.
I know, I actually had a comment that I wanted to make before we made.
Oh, I'm sorry, your light was not on. So, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know procedure, but we're in the middle of a vote. Can I reset? Yeah, so you have to vote one way or the other. I'm sorry. We talked about it for a long time.
I would be against that.
Okay, so that motion is defeated. Would anybody else like to put a motion on the table at this time? Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. Be it resolved that council have administration look into the possibilities of a location for service level review with, I don't know how to put it, with the availability for accommodations. So it could be fairly local, could be Nordegg, could be Gold Center, things like that. So I don't know how my motion
So
is coming
your
across.
motion is that we do not stay in our own beds that night, that we all get hotel rooms and we stay away from home for the service level review,
Yes,
wherever it is.
yes.
So you're willing to keep the budget and spend money on hotel rooms? I'm just clarifying the,
No, you're trying to make a point that's kind of like berating her a little bit.
I'm sorry, Counselor. Did
just-
you have a question or comment about the motion?
No, not about the motion, but your tone with Councillor Hutchinson, actually. She's trying to figure out how she wants to word her motion, and she doesn't need to be kind of berated because you're not agreeing with what she's saying.
I'm just trying to clarify the motion. So she clarified my motion. Do you want to have a question about her motion?
No, I understand where she's going with this, so I'm good.
Okay. Is there any questions about Counselor Hutchinson's motion on the table?
So could we just reread that motion, just so we're all clear on it?
Have you got anything, Tracy?
I have the start, so this is, I'm assuming what you're trying to portray is, so be it resolved, the council instruct administration to look into the possibility of the various local locations to hold the event and basically we can bring a report back to council at the next meeting. Would that work, or?
I don't want to limit to local, because do we consider, like I said, maybe the Gold Center is local? I don't know if that's considered local or not.
I think she wants to include accommodations for all of staff, administration that needs to attend, and all of council members. Is that correct, Councillor Hutchinson?
Again, that's what service level has typically been, so I guess I would like to maybe just put in there that admin look for possibilities for accommodation, or service level review with accommodations.
So is there any questions or comments on the motion at this time? Councillor Chappelle?
I guess my concern is fiduciary interests that we have to our community, and I think that the accommodation, I think, could be available and could not be available. I think in this case, understanding the size of the group that goes to service level review, I have no problem if it's a one-night deal, and if we're Prairie Creek Inn and we do it for, camaraderie or whatever. But going on a 2 or 3 night excursion with this big of a group does not make sense. We're struggling for finances as it is. I think we do, unlike other years, maybe there was excess finances available. We do not have that availability this year. I think we have to be cognizant of that fact. I would think that the motion is something that is expensive, and I would like to see the terminology in the motion changed, that accommodation is not necessarily the selling point. That we do look at what our options are, and have accommodations an option and a non-option.
Thank you very much for your comments, Councillor Chappelle. I'll go back to Councillor Hutchinson. Do you want to make any amendments to the motion that's on the table?
No, I don't. I think that we're losing sight of, as to the reasoning behind the service level review. The town corporation should be a well-oiled machine, and for us to have conversations that are meaningful and wholesome when people are leaving and going back home and hearing whatever else they hear from the background or their family, or like Council Phillips says, you're doing your own personal business and things like that, you're not engaged in what service level is meant to be. It should be a time that we're all 100% involved in town business. And that doesn't mean, like you said, it has to mean going out and having dinner and going for drinks, but it means, and again, like I said, it could be the group going for a walk, some team building, and that's what I think we're missing in a lot of our meetings that we have is team building, and I think that it would be a good opportunity to maybe make a successful final year that we have sitting on council.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask if there's any more questions or comments about the motion on the table to have service level review, what was it? With possibilities of accommodations, and bring back a report for council discussion. Councillor Phillips?
Just, thank you. Just a comment. We go to various conferences throughout Central Alberta, basically, and sometimes outside. The conference itself is very important. I get that. A lot of times, there's a conversation that happens at 8 o'clock at night, and it may be only a 5-minute conversation, but that 5-minute conversation is more important than most of the stuff that happened during the day. I'm going to use the Cape event last weekend as an example. Yes, the event was good. We got a lot of good information and a lot of good things from the ministers and the premier. After the meeting was done, I had a 5-minute conversation with the Minister of Health about the ER closures in our community and doctor privileges and other topics with her. That 5-minute conversation, to me, gained more traction and made more of a difference than the actual meeting itself. So that's what we're losing sight of, is the conversations that happen after in the evening can sometimes be just as or sometimes more important than the conversations that happen during the day. And that's the point we're trying to get at, is those evening conversations. Sometimes a brilliant idea can happen when we're not in that setting and we're just brainstorming. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Phillips. And so I think we're losing sight of the whole purpose of the strategic, like what we're actually doing. We're not networking with ministers. We spend an entire day going through service level of our community and doing that outside of our community when we don't drive home at night. And, to me, it doesn't make much sense. We're not going to be, having little conversations that came out of you talking to someone else. We're going to be talking to the people around the table and then going out with the people around the table. We're not running into networking opportunities. We're focused on business at hand, and I think it can be done better at home when we're not away. So with that being said, I don't see any other questions or comments on the motion that's on the table. And I'll call that, it's right there, it's in blue. Councillor Hutchinson, would you like to read it again?
Yes, be it resolved, the council instruct administration to look into the possibilities of holding service level review with accommodations and bring back report to council for council discussion.
Did you want to set a radius? Like, are we going to high level? Okay. Just going to ask administration, do you want it to be within a community within the same size of our town? Like 7,000 people?
Your worship, my interpretation of this is that it's in the region somewhere, but
It doesn't
No, it
say
doesn't say that,
It doesn't
but-
say that. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to clarify the
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah.
Do you have a suggestion to clarify the motion, Mr. Kraus?
I would look to Councillor Hutchinson because it's her motion.
So that's what I was
yeah.
asking. I was asking if she would like to clarify the motion to a region or a community size. You've opened it up to anywhere in North America.
Okay, there's an idea. I'm going to say within a 2-hour radius of Rocky Mountain House, if that's enough clarity.
That sounds more clear to me. I'm just thinking administration just has a really big. Okay, that being clarified, is there any other questions or comments about the motion? Councillor Phillips?
Yeah, just a comment about the motion. Within 2 hours, with preference on more local as opposed to 2 hours.
Councillor Hutchinson, turn your light on if you want to reply to him. Would you like to amend it?
No, I think it says enough there. Thank you.
I really almost think it's time to vote. Councillor Chappelle?
I'm sorry, Your Worship. I'm in Councillor Phelps here where, we keep it as local as possible. I heard administration saying that that's what they've heard around the table, so I'm comfortable just.
Okay. Thank you so much. Is there any further questions or comments on that motion? All in favor of the motion on the table? And those opposed? And that motion has been carried. It doesn't really matter when it comes back to council because you have the date set. Is that correct, Mr. Kraus? I forgot to ask that now. I'm thinking of when she wants that report to come back.
Your worship, we'll just have to figure out different venues and then we'll bring it back. So probably sometime in the summer, we'll bring it back to make sure early July, I would suggest.
Okay. It's no
Yeah.
pressure. I just
Yeah.
forgot
No,
that
but
we
would
didn't
have to
put
make the
that on there.
accommodations and so forth. So we'll, no later than the first meeting in July, we'll have this back to council.
Okay. Thank you. So I think right now is a great time to have a 10-minute recess, so I'm going to recess the meeting for 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the regular council meeting for the Town of Rocky Mountain House for June 4th, 2024. So we've completed 8.2 and we're moving into 8.3. A notice of motion by Councillor Moosker. Sorry, thank you. To start us off, Councillor, would you mind rereading your motion that you're going to present and then we can discuss it?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The notice of motion states, be it resolved that council direct administration to engage with the National Historic Site Manager in meaningful and comprehensive discussions on how the town and National Historic Site can collaborate as regional partners on the town landmark project and bring a report to the September GPC meeting. I'd just like to say that this notice of motion was born out of our discussions regarding the landmark project. It was featured prominently in the Mountaineer last week, and the feedback I've been getting has been positive. I think this motion will meet 3 criteria. It keeps the project moving forward. It provides administration with the direction from council they were seeking, and it gives administration enough time to bring back a great report. So this motion would be tied in with a report that's coming at next week's GPC meeting regarding public engagement. But if there are no questions, I would like to make the motion.
So I believe, Mr. Crouse, the motion's already been made, right? He reads it first?
Yeah, the motion's on, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, so
thank
your
you.
motion has been made, and
Motion's been
so
made.
then, thank you for your comments. Now we can have discussion. Councillor Phillips.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this could be an option. I mean, it's definitely something that could be an option. Just as, you know, we had originally said downtown, I think downtown may not be the option, but this could be the option. There may be other options that we haven't thought of yet, but as one thing to look at, I don't see why we shouldn't look at this. But I would also like to keep our options open for other potential sites as well, not just to limit it to one at this point.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any questions or comments about the motion on the table? I think this is a great idea, matching the historic park. I know that when I travel, it's one of the things that I hit. When I travel for other reasons, it's really good too. And I think it's a huge draw, and connecting us more closely will increase and improve our community, and that's going to help everyone. So, Councillor Shippelt, sorry.
Your Worship, if you allow me, the only concern I have with this is I'm just not sure if we got the horse and the cart mixed up here. We've got administration looking forward as to how we're going to do public consultation. We're going to ask the public for their input. This could be part of the input process that we get down the road to look at this as an option. And as Councillor Phillips said, there could be other options we look at. So I'm just not sure if this is the right place in the timeline to moving forward on this, or if we should be waiting for the public consultation process that we're going to get from administration at the next GPC meeting. And then this would be part and parcel of that. So I guess the question I have is, are we doing this in a timely matter, or are we doing a duplication where we have administration do on one specific program when that might not be the specific program that it ends up being? So I think we should do get public input first, and then this would follow. That's just my concern, and maybe it's an invalid concern. I just don't know if we have the order correct.
Okay, so did you want to ask a question to administration for the process, or did you want to make amendments, or what's your, like, that's your comment, but do you want anything out of the comment, or?
Yeah, let me direct that to administration, to Mr. Kraus, and just say, hey, how do you feel about this? I'm not sure if you'd have an opinion or not at this point.
Yep, no, thank you, Your Worship. So if council passes this motion, what I'll have Ms. Button do is actually included in the public engagement plan for council to review next week. So it'd be, the plan would be amended for basically 2 prongs. One, we go out to the public for their ideas, and then plus we would engage the historic site on their idea. And it would come back as one report.
So it's slided in the report. Councillor Hutchinson?
Thank you. A comment just on what Councillor Chappelle had said. Part of this council looking for the vision and long-term strategic planning, that how does this fit and how doesn't it fit? So I think it kind of ties all in together, and important to have a vision and where we're going with it.
Okay, so doesn't look like there's any more questions or comments about the motion that's on the table. And so with that being said, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And any opposed? And that's none, and so that's carried. And so thank you very much for that motion, Councillor Musker. The next item on the agenda is 8.4. And so Councillor Hutchinson, would you mind reading your motion?
Thank you. Be it resolved that council direct administration to look into expanding the clean energy improvement program for non-residential properties and bring a report to the September GPC meeting. I wanted to bring this back. We did discuss it, I'm going to say a year or so ago. At this time, Edmonton has the program in place. They've put it on suspension for now, but Grand Prairie and Sturgeon County are expecting to launch this program. I felt that it would really complement our storefront improvement program we've put in. So for example, if a business is choosing to do their storefront, or a commercial property to do their storefront, it may be new windows, which would be part of the clean energy improvement program. I'm not sure exactly how that would look, but I think it would be definitely something that we were the first municipality to start the clean energy improvement program for residents, so I think it would be a great idea for us to look at implementing it for the small town atmosphere.
So, I have two concerns about the motion. Number one is that on residential stuff, there's a line of credit that, so we don't have to debenture it. We got a line of credit from the provincial government for the residential stuff. And the second thing, there was a grant also to set up the program, so it didn't cost us any money for, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kroos, but those were the reasons we said no last time, right? Like we got money, so we'd have to get a debenture for any money that people spend, and that we won't be getting any funding to implement the program.
No, so, Your Worship, so with the residential program, we did receive a $600,000 grant from, well, basically FCM, to initiate the project and cover the administration costs. So that's what makes it feasible for residentials to borrow from us, I guess is really what it is, because it's below interest rates that they can do at the bank. So with non-residential, Ms. Quinlan and I would have to work and bring back a report to council on financial capability of doing that, and thresholds and ceilings for non-residential improvements. I mean, we wouldn't debenture it. We'd be probably looking at pulling out of reserves to fund the program and pay back the reserves as the program moves on. But we definitely need to look into it in a lot greater detail to bring back a report to council.
Councillor Phillips had a question or comment?
Actually, your question and Mr. Kroos's answer answered my question.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Caprero?
Thank you. I'm just wondering too, I think it's an interesting topic and I do want to learn more about it, but it is going to be a big conversation, and I'm just wondering as well if maybe we should make time during our service level to also look at the financial implications of it.
And so Councillor Hutchinson?
Thank you. And that is why I put September GPC meeting, so we would have something coming from admin for us to be reviewing and looking at. It wouldn't necessarily mean that, we're implementing the program at that time, but definitely would be a conversation for service level review as well.
Councillor Ald, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light right away.
Thank you. I think this is a great initiative. I support the motion. There is definitely a lot of work that would have to go into it, but this is one of those programs where if we're ready when the government comes out with new plans or they're going to come out with new granting for non-residential, if we have the work done and it's ready to go, we're in a much better position to take after it than if we're all of a sudden scrambling to try and take advantage of these programs. So I think this is a good one to have in our back pocket that when the time's right, we can go ahead with it.
Oh, Councillor Hutchinson?
Thank you. I guess as to what Councillor All said, part of our strategic plan is economic development, and we do have some, I'm going to say, properties that could use a little bit of a facelift, and if this is something to just get property owners motivated, again, I think it could be something that we could be running with on the ground that nobody else has started yet, even though it'll be a little bit of work for administration.
So this is just for a report to come back for administration about the costs and the amount of money and all that sort of stuff. So I'm not opposed to investigating more, but I don't really feel this is maybe the right direction, but I'm certainly willing to look at a report from administration. Is there any other questions or comments about this motion at this time? Seeing none, then I'll call that to a vote and just double checking that there's no comments, because it seems like I'm too quick to call to vote things today. And for sure, I'm seeing no more questions or comments, so I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And any opposed? And that's none, and so that motion has been carried. And thank you very much. That concludes 8.4. And now we have 9. We have a meeting in 10 minutes. Do we have to do anything to prepare for that so that we're on time, or should I go on with the next item, letter from the credit union? Or could I postpone that? Because I think that might be a longer conversation and just go to like 9.2. How does everybody feel? I want to make sure that we have enough time when we get started on a topic. So if we could postpone that, not postpone, we could table that to later in the meeting and do some of the short ones and get them off our list so that we can have this 11 o'clock meeting. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go to 9.2, the Rimbey Rodeo invite. And so I see that they've invited us for July. And I think this is another one where we could just do a simple thank you for your interest in inviting us. And at this time, we're not available to attend. Does anybody feel any different from that? That's kind of what we've decided until we have some of these other programs in place. Would somebody like to make a motion? Councillor Phillips or?
Sure, I can make a motion that for the Rimbey Rodeo invite, that we send a letter thanking them for the invite, but wishing them well on their parade and not attending.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And that's carried. So that completes 9.2. 9.3, request for a seconder. Councillor Phillips, did you want to comment on that? Was that something that you brought? That was something that was requested from the town.
This resolution, it's a good resolution by the town or the city of St. Albert. This is something that affects a vast majority of municipalities in the province of Alberta, including the town of Rocky Mountain House, where we do use electronic voting equipment. And I am in full support of seconding this motion.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
Thank you. This came about with the new Bill 20 that has been of discussion amongst many municipalities. I know when Municipal Affairs Minister Rick MacGyver had discussed it on one of his radio shows. It wasn't really, he said, we haven't had anybody say they don't like it, but, so it's kind of
Okay.
one of those ones that are just up in the air that nobody has any idea why. So I think it's a good idea to have seconding, or to second the City of St. Albert in this.
Okay, so with that being said, there's a motion on the table from Councillor Phillips. And did you want to add something further before I go to the vote?
No, I'd just like to make the motion that we
Oh, I
second.
thought you already
I
had.
I
I'm
hadn't made
sorry.
the motion, no. I'd like
Please.
to make the motion that we second the St. Albert AB Muni's resolution for allowance of automated voting counting systems in municipal elections.
Thank you very much. And so if there's no further discussion on that motion, and I see there's none, let's give it another second today. I'll call that motion to vote. All in favor of that motion? And any opposed? And that's carried then. So we still have a little bit of time. Maybe we could look at correspondence for information if there's nothing there that anybody wants to pull out. I know we're skipping 9.4, but I think that'll be a longer discussion. Just, to use our time wisely before this meeting in 4 minutes. So if we table 9.4, and we'll go to number 10, correspondence for information. Is there anything in there that anybody would like to discuss further? Seeing none, could I have a motion? Councillor Moosker?
I'll make the motion that we accept agenda item 10.1 through 10.6 for information.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So I think we'll go into, so if you look down to your schedule, we have 14.5. We have a meeting, a scheduled meeting. And so I'd like to move to that agenda item, which includes right now moving into closed session. So first, I'd like to take just a very quick recess and clear the chamber, and then take the vote to go into closed session. So we'll just break for 2 minutes to clear everybody out of council chamber. So we'll just recess for a couple minutes to do.
Sorry. We're back from our quick little break there, so just looking for a motion to go into closed session. Counselor Shipple,
I also make that motion, and we go into in-camera,
thank you for your
into
motion.
closed session.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we are back from the closed session portion there, and we have one motion coming out of that, so I'll turn that over to Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I'd like to make a motion that council accept the Kingsgate investigation report reviewed in closed session and the summary of its findings, and keep the report confidential pursuant to the relative FOIP sections.
Thank you for your motion. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. Those in favor? And none opposed, and that is carried. And we are going to take just a 5-minute break.
Thank you very much. So, with the scheduling of that important meeting, I'm going to just bring us back to correspondence for action, a letter from the Rocky Credit Union. And I'm assuming everybody's had the opportunity to look it over. And so there's a couple things I believe that they're asking us for. And I know as council, we've put in some economic development incentives. Mr. Kraus, is there anything else that you think you wanted to add?
No, Your Worship, I think they're just looking for direction of who they would invite to go talk to them is really what the gist of the letter is at the end.
Deputy Mayor Caprero.
Thank you. I think with my preference for this, rather than having one or two of us go and speak to them, my level of comfortability would be if maybe they came as a delegation and they can ask us questions. We have admin here to answer questions if need be, whether it be as a delegation or maybe if they wanted to come as a closed session. I'd rather have that conversation with all of us there rather than a select one or two.
So I don't know how many people are on their board or how that would look. So I like that all of us address that. Councillor Chappelle?
Because your questions are typically about development, I think it should be Mr. Schrader who should be attending this. And I would be okay with a couple of councillors, the mayor and the deputy mayor, going and getting a feel for what they want, answer their questions, and go from there. I don't think we have to. They've requested us to come to them. I don't think it's fair for us then to say, well, no, you come back to us. I think we be obliging and go to them.
Okay, that makes sense as well. Do they, like I don't see anything in the letter where they say our next meeting is at blah, blah, blah. Do you think we could send them a nice letter back that puts together all of the things that council has put forward? That Ms. Button perhaps could help us do that, and then saying we would be happy to have the Economic Development Officer and members of council attend your next meeting. Does that sound, everybody's got their lights on now, so I'll, Councillor Hutchinson?
Thank you. What I took from this letter is there are two asks. We look forward to learning more about the how, as well as how you will measure its success. And also we look forward to learning more about your vision for Rocky Mountain House and how we can help make it a reality. And again, I question if council has that direction in their strategic plan. We've discussed this before, that our strategic plan is almost at the end of its life, and we haven't got a whole lot of anything in there. So is this something that we wait until council actually has a plan in place and a vision, and how we as council are looking at making that a reality?
Okay, so that's fabulous, but let's stick to what we're being asked here. We can always discuss, you know, I get that you're anxious about that, but we do have a strategic plan, and sometimes setting those goals and seeing how a plan turns out. Like, we still have all of our economic development incentives in place. It takes some time for people to get development permits and buy land and get plans together and take advantage of that. So I don't want to jump the, queue too fast. It takes time for some of those, strategic visions to become reality. So I don't think we can, certainly we can reply to the things that, how many people have taken advantage of some of our incentives. Councillor Phillips?
Yeah, I have a suggestion that may work for this particular request. When we have our GPC meetings, it starts at 1 o'clock. We could have a meeting that starts at noon, and from noon to 1, we can meet with their board, whether it's here or whether it's at the credit union, wherever it may be. And then we have both boards and councils together, and then we can have a discussion about this. And then we can go right into our GPC meeting right after that.
So I think-
May solve the problem.
I believe generally their board meetings are like Friday nights or Monday nights. Like, I'm just putting that out there. That's the invitation that I've received in the past was for evening meetings, so we can certainly offer that. But that's generally when they get, because it's, volunteers again. Counselor Auld?
I was just gonna say that the gist of their ask is they want to know who to direct an invitation to. So I would suggest we send it to Mr. Schwader, and he can come up with a plan as to what they're looking for and what would work for us.
I think that sounds suitable. And so, would anybody like to make a motion? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, before that, Counselor Hutchinson, your light was on and I missed it.
Thank you. I still would like to say that it's not just about economic development, and here they refer to housing, aging population. It's not just about the incentives that we put for economic development. I think I think they're looking at for a larger picture, not just specifically economic development.
Okay, well, let's address what we have worked on and we've already got information for. Counselor Auld, did you want to go ahead with a motion or do you want to reconsider your?
I'll just make a motion that we respond to the credit union and reply that Dean Schwader would be the correct person to send an invitation to, and we can rely on his expertise to figure out exactly what they're looking for moving forward.
And Mr. Kraus, I see your light is on.
Could I just ask that council make the resolution to CAO and delegates, please?
Counselor Auld?
I will amend that motion to CAO and delegate. Sorry, Dean.
Okay, so now we have a resolution on the table to deal with this. Does anybody have any questions or comments about the resolution? And seeing none, I'll call that to a vote at this time. All in favor of the motion? And any opposed? And so that motion is now carried. Thank you very much. So moving further in the agenda, we've completed 9.2 and 9.3, so that brings us to 9.4, the Cape AGM Committee nominations. So I think one of the first things is for the attendance of the AGM to start with, and I'm getting some nods. So would anybody like to attend the AGM?
Yes, I would like to attend this AGM. In looking at their committee nominations, I looked at the nominations, but it looks like the municipal nominations are already filled out or filled in those. So, which I was disheartened. I would like to have applied for the Transportation and Logistics Committee, but it looks like all the committees have municipal members picked on them. Unless am I correct on that?
If I
So
may.
I'll go to Counselor Hutchinson.
Thank you. I had reached out to Tracy last night, looking for an actual fillable form for the nomination form, and said that I was looking at an expression of interest for tourism. And she had said nothing, that it's a committee, it's not just those are 3 positions that are already appointed, so it could be more. So, yeah, that's what I got from her conversation.
Okay, so I still think that we should start with who wants to attend the AGM. And so with that in mind, I'll go to Counselor Auld.
Actually, something I wanted to bring up, Their invoice is in the correspondence for information for this new year. The last conversation we just had regarding our service level review, there was a lot of conversation regarding costs and good spend of dollars. We spent this amount last year with Cape, and took us 8 months to even get on their website. Got kicked off their email lists for whatever reason. I'm still not sold on this as a good, wise spend of our dollars, and they have yet to be able to show any tangible result from what we spend with this group. I'm questioning whether we are still should be a Cape membership before we even start going down the AGM.
Okay, so I believe that was dealt with at service level review, and it's in the budget. And so I just want to go forward with, for right now, who wants to attend the AGM?
Respectfully, this invoice is for 2025, so it's moving forward. We're getting billed for that now. That service level review was for 2024. So this is coming up for 25, not this current year.
And so,
So I would like to have some discussion about whether or not this is a solid resource that we should be using and whether or not we should be a member.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. I thank you for that, Councillor Ald. And not as an excuse, but I know Cape had gone through some growing pains over the past year. I think that it's a committee or a group that could work to our advantage, but I think we need to have active members in Cape. It's not just going to the meeting and saying, yeah, I'm here to represent Rocky Mountain House. We need to have a voice, and if we don't have a strong voice with what they're doing, we won't be recognized and we won't get anything out of it. So that was kind of where my thoughts were if I'm putting my name forward for their tourism board, and if Councillor Phillips chooses the transportation, whatever it may be, unless we have presence on committees, we don't have a voice. And it's what we take back, what we bring back, the information that we're getting from them. And I'm hoping that, we give it another year and see if we do get something back out of it.
I agree with everything you've said, Councillor Hutchinson. But if we don't get some members on their different boards, then my thought is we're just sending money down the drain again. So if they're all full and we're not able to be on there, then I don't see the relevance of being a member.
Okay, so I think we can just put that to rest then. Would somebody like to I'd like to make a motion at this time that we continue to participate with Cape, knowing that there's interested members of council who would like to be part of boards. There's, as like Councillor Hutchinson just said, there are positions available. We don't have to be the municipal leaders. We could still join the board and be an acting participant in Cape. And I agree that in the past, maybe we weren't successful because what you put in is what you get out. And so if we have members of our team that would like to be participating, does that make sense to have that motion, or do we want to just go forward now? Councillor Phillips and then Councillor Musker.
Yes, I can appreciate what Councillor Ald is saying in regards to Cape and the past. I do believe we need to have people on these boards, and that's why I do want to go to the AGM on June 28th, and I will put my name in for the Transportation and Logistics Committee as well. It's like anything, you get out of it what you put into it, and I think if we put some effort into this, I'd like to see what we can get out of it, and then we can have a holistic discussion as to whether it's good or not good. The last Cape event I went to was actually quite knowledgeable with good information, and I managed to sneak the health minister aside for 5 minutes and have that conversation. So there's a benefit right there. So I think, you know, I think we should continue at least for a year and then have that discussion again next spring.
Thank you very much, Councillor Phillips. And now I'll go to Councillor Musker.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So this AGM is for members in good standing, I guess, and we're paid up for now. And so I'd like to go to this and see what's going on with that. I think it's another discussion whether we want to renew our membership. So can we just deal with the AGM and who wants to attend, for starters?
Yeah, so that's what I
Thank
would
you.
prefer as well. So I'm going to ask it back out again. So I have Councillor Musker showing interest. Councillor Hutchinson is showing interest. Councillor Phillips is showing interest. So that's 3 councillors, and I would like to attend as well. So that's 4 councillors that would like to attend the AGM. And like you said, we're good standing members. We get a discount because we're a membership. We can always have a follow-up discussion. Their AGM, just remind me of the date again. Does somebody have it? June 28th. Okay, so June 28th. So then we can discuss it July 2nd if, you know, how we want to deal with further participation. Does that sound fair? And so I make a motion at this time that Councillor Musker, Councillor Hutchinson, Councillor Phillips, and Mayor Bache all attend the CAPE AGM on Friday, June 28th, from 9 a.m. till 12 p.m. So with that motion on the table, is there any questions or comments about the motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And any opposed? And so that's carried. Now, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to put on the July 2nd meeting a review, or do you think that's too soon? To review the CAPE, because we've gone on the 28th.
I would maybe suggest that would be a service level discussion.
Wait till service level?
Yeah.
And so, but our membership is due July 1st, is that correct?
No, if I may.
Yes,
Membership
please.
is April 2024 to March 2025, so it's already,
Paid till March
Till March
2025?
2025,
Okay,
so-
so then we don't need to discuss that, and I won't make a motion. And do I have to make a motion to allow members to apply for committees or not, Mr. Kraus?
Your worship, it would be better for council to pass a motion supporting a member's nomination form. So.
Okay, so, Councillor Chappelle?
I just have a question of clarification, Mr.
Yes.
Croson, as in fact, if our membership is paid, being an April billing,
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we are paid.
So it's an April billing. We didn't receive the invoice till the beginning of May. So it's in the process of being paid and put in. Yeah.
Okay, so that's,
I'm okay with that.
there it's clarified. So now, looking at the committees, and Councillor Phillips and Councillor Hutchinson have shown interest in those two, and I looked them over. I just wanted to go to the AGM and get a little bit more information before I committed to anything. But I think we could make a motion at this time. Councillor Chappelle?
Yeah, Your Worship, if you'd allow me, I'd make the motion that we allow Councillor Hutchinson to put her name forward for the Tourism Board, and for Councillor Phillips to put his name forward for Transportation Logistics, or any of the other boards that they feel that they need to be on if they're full. So
Could you add me to your list?
what would you like to be on?
Well, I was looking at transportation as well, because I think that
Okay.
and our corridors are very important.
Okay, I will add, and Mayor Bache to whichever one of those she wishes to apply for as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for your motion, and that covers that. So is there any questions or comments? Anybody else interested in applying for committees at this time? No, okay, so that includes everybody. Seeing no further questions or comments about the motion on the table, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And any opposed? And seeing none, that motion has been carried. That seems to conclude 9.4. And so we'll carry on with the agenda. We have completed correspondence for information, and now we are at number 11, the action list for June 4th of 2024.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just going through the outstanding items. So the first one is the landmark, and so the public engagement plan is being presented to council next week, which will now include the historic site. So we are in the process of amending that plan for council's review. The community grant policy is scheduled to come in the September GPC. So staff are starting to work on that. The RCMP federal complement, I have a meeting with the staff sergeant this Friday to initiate those discussions and talk about an Indigenous liaison officer and needs and so forth out there. And Pride flag. So that's the request to bring back the flag policy. So that's scheduled for September 11th also. And I believe that is it. So not subclass. So communications is working on a community engagement plan for that in September. Also, we'll bring that back to council for review. Water response plan, that is completed, and we'll be bringing that to council next week. And then the other ones are just tabled notice of motions from the mayor and reporting back on the mid-sized town mayor's caucus. So that's still just sitting out there right now. So
We have a question, Councillor Phillips.
Not really a question, just great work getting the items that are crossed off. Just, is it possible to drop some of those off so it's not such a long document and a little easier to read?
So for council information, what we do, once we cross it off, we leave it on for one meeting. Then after council has seen it crossed off, then we drop it off. So all these crossed off ones will be dropped off at the next council meeting. So.
Thank you very much. I think he said perfect when his mic was off. So do we have any further questions about the action list today? So now I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Phillips.
I'll make a motion to accept the June 4th action list as presented.
Thank you very much. Just checking there's no questions or comments about that motion one last time. So I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And any opposed? And that's none, and so that's carried. And so now we're moving to number 12. We have any administrative inquiries. And Councillor Chappelle.
Surprise. Your Worship, Mr. Evans is here, and Mr. Evans has a business on Main Street, and one of the questions that keeps coming up from him and a few of the other business people are the possibility of moving Market on Main further down the hill. We had a discussion about that last year, and it ended up becoming 3 blocks, and the question is now, can it become pushed further down the hill all the way to the bottom of Main Street for a period of time during the summer Market on Main months? So I guess I'm directing or asking administration if maybe it can be looked at again.
Yeah, so thank you, Worship. So, yeah, please let me have the opportunity to talk to Mr. Schwader and Mr. Hartling, and we can come back to council on
Most
that.
certainly.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else?
Everybody else has something.
Councillor Auld?
Right, thank you. Mr. Kraus, I'm not sure who or how to bring this up appropriately, but on the far end of 60th is that water retention pond behind Vistar's building now. It's a big open green space. Riverview Park. I'm getting a couple phone calls regarding that area and people using it as an off-leash dog park and people using it for paddleboarding, and some people have some concerns that with the cranes nesting in there and the wildlife that are in there, if that's allowable down in that area, or if they would like to see it, I guess, not have any recreational type stuff down there. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, if you could also provide me the opportunity to talk to Mr. Shanks and all that, because I know we're also using that area as a temporary snow dump while the wastewater facility is being built, so I'll get back to council on that, so. Because it is a retention pond, yeah.
So I had just a question, and so maybe it's a closed session item, but it's my understanding that on the May long weekend, we had vehicles off of the road allowance, and they got stuck on that pipeline that's there, and they had to shut down that pipeline for 4 days. There was a grader and a town vehicle. I've been sent some images just late last night, and questioning if we're aware that there was an incident. So they had to shut that pipeline down for 4 or 5 days. Then they had to dig it up and do a integrity check on it. And so are we aware of that?
Yes, we are, Your Worship, and
Oh,
we're
okay.
handling, yeah.
Okay, excellent, because usually if there's something pending like that, you send us a nice little email so that we're aware, and so I was a little bit caught off guard that it was, and so thank you very much for handling all that for us. Is there any other administrative inquiries? Okay, so we'll move forward then to, are there any notices of motion today? Okay, so I believe we still have a couple of closed session items at this time. So I'll just have just a brief recess to go into maybe like 3 minutes, and then we'll come back and go into closed session. Okay, so we'll just have a brief recess. Thank you. Can we go? Thank you very much. So welcome back. We need to go into closed session, so I'm looking for a motion. Get Deputy Mayor Cabrero.
Thank you.
That was emotional, right?
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And no opposed, and that's carried. So now we're going into closed. Thank you very much. So welcome back to the Town of Rocky Mountain House. We've just left our closed session, and we have 3 resolutions to present. So I will start with who's doing the medical clinic? Counselor Hutchinson, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Be it resolved that the town proceeds with an appraisal on the medical clinic.
Town administration, yes. All in favor, any questions or comments about that motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Now we have another motion to come out. Councillor Chappelle.
Yes, mine is to do with the rec agreement, and I'd like to present that. Be it resolved that council accept the draft rec agreement.
Thank you very much. All in favor, with no further questions or comments on that motion, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And any opposed? And that's carried. And then we have one final motion today.
Yes, I'd like to accept the CAO dialogue as information.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So with that concludes our business of today. I will